But here again, the problem is not the technology. The problem is the objectives that we have. And when you think about it, there is probably no company, no politician, nobody in the world who wants to destroy planet Earth. That happens because we optimize for two goals. Companies optimize for profit, and nation states optimize for GDP growth. And there is no coordination, no overall coordination between nation states and companies. And because everyone optimizes for themselves, these two figures, this is what we get. So it's not the technology itself, it's the lack of coordination, and it's optimizing for the wrong goals. So if we want to avoid that, we need to find new goals and coordinate better in the world. So I have told you one side of the story. And if we continue down that path, then we will have the apocalypse very soon, and AI will only help us down that path. And this is the prevailing story that people tell themselves about AI, and especially in Europe, where we always think about, how can we prevent that technology from happening? But there's another story. And that I find at least as exciting and interesting as the other story, because maybe AI is our last chance to prevent the apocalypse, because it makes us so powerful and it gives us so much more intelligence that maybe we can invent the means to go down another path than the path that we are currently on. And I think we are very close to realizing, to implementing the Star Trek society. And that's why I had that title of the talk. When you think about it, you only have to work when you want to work. You have healthcare, you have energy, you have all these things. We are very close to implementing a utopia that people have held for thousands of years. And when you look at that quote from Arthur C. Clarke, who is one of the most famous science fiction authors, he says, the goal of the future is full unemployment so we can play. So I'm all in for that. If an AI can do my job, yes, fine. So the problem that we need to solve is not that the AI will do my job. The problem we need to solve is how will I get money and how can I make a living, right? So until yesterday, we all said, oh, it's Monday, I have to go to the office again. And today we say, the AI is taking my job, I can't go to the office, right? So this is crazy. We just need to think differently. I'm all in for this. I want to work only the work that I want to work, and not the things that I have to do. I'm very happy to let the AI do the work that is boring me or that I find unproductive or whatever. So let me go through a few examples of where I think we are very close to realizing aspects of the Star Trek society. And this is the utopia we need to implement for our kids. And AI will help us with that. Free education, access to all knowledge, we have already gotten that. We have Coursera, we've got Udemy, we've got Khan Academy, we've got YouTube full of education videos, and so on and so forth. We don't need to talk about that. Communicator, real-time translation, video conferencing. It's already there, right? Don't need to talk about that. Antimatter reactors? Maybe not. But we have fusion power. At a safe distance of 150 million kilometers, we have a very big fusion reactor that sends us unlimited amounts of energy that we can use, and we do it. This ends in 2019. The price for solar photovoltaic has even dropped even more. Solar panels are the cheapest option for new energy, for new power generation in the world, and it has dropped even more. We just need to implement it, and that's what's happening. This is 2023. This is the estimated amount of solar capacity in the world. The large red thing is China. They implement more than half of the rest, more than what the other half of the world implements. I don't know why the International Energy Agency turns this exponential growth into a linear growth from here on. I see no reason why that should happen. So we are on a very good path to clean energy, unlimited energy, just as they have it in Star Trek. We just need to do it. We can use AI for decentralized grids. At the same time, we are here with all the electric vehicles to install lots of battery capacity, because every car, electric car, has a battery. We just need to find ways how to use that battery capacity so that the car can load the batteries during the day and then release energy that they don't need during the night. Can all be done with computers and AI, no problem. Google uses AI to optimize the power consumption of their data centers. They've optimized it by 15%. Sounds like not like a lot, but when you consider that data centers consume 2% of the entire energy consumption of the Earth, of the world, this is significant, all done with AI. And now they're using AI to design processors that run AI more efficiently. So we're getting into another exponential loop here. What about the doctor? AI, we already talked about the cancer detection, tuberculosis, but there's more. AlphaFold, another Google initiative. That is an AI that can predict the three-dimensional structure of a protein from the amino acid sequence. This is I'm not an expert in this, but proteins are what make life happen. These are basically the components of the cells of all living beings that take an input and produce an output. So we need to know what they do in order to produce new medicine, new food, new material, and so on and so forth. In the past 60 years, scientists have identified 180,000 protein structures with big experiments. The AI needed a few months to predict 200 million structures. So basically, science is over in that field. And they have open sourced it, and the scientific community is ecstatic about it. So this will help us find new drugs, produce food in a better way, and so on and so forth. Now they have found a new antibiotic. Maybe you know that it has been decades since the last efficient antibiotic has been developed. AI helps with that. And it will also help cancer treatment. What about the replicator? Okay, we probably don't have that. But, for example, we have drones that help in farming. This is a drone that, again, with image detection, it runs through the field, it detects the wheat, then it extends a small arm and puts the wheat back into the ground, where it then works as fertilizer for the real crops that you want to grow. Which means you don't need those herbicides. You need a lot less poison, and it's much healthier for the environment and for the people. Again, AI, vertical and underground farming, all driven by AI, very efficient, very few water that they need, the optimal amount of fertilizer. And this will get on top of what, for example, the Netherlands already do. It's a tiny country, but they are the second largest food exporter in the world. Can you imagine? Because they have very efficient food production systems in their greenhouse systems. And they have already done that without AI, so you can imagine what AI will manage us to do. And then this is easy, the holodeck. We will have it in 2 or 3 years, because all the components are already there. We have 3D computer games. We have script writing by large language models. We can produce voice, we can produce audio, we can produce video through AI. So it will not take long until we have a personalized video stream that will be generated in the moment that you consume it. And this is basically what the holodeck does. And you will also probably be able to interact with other people there. And all the ingredients are already there. We just need a little more processing power, which is just a matter of 2 or 3 or 4 years. And when you look at things like the Apple Vision Pro or the Oculus headset, the technology is there. So I think we should really work for that future of the world. I want to have that implemented for my daughter. But of course, we can't neglect the problems that we have with AI, and I want to reiterate them. where we need to focus the discussion that is currently leading to AI will take over the world and will eradicate humanity. This will not happen, right? Because AI, at least in Germany, doesn't even have the endpoints to connect to, because the country is so analog that no matter what AI you have, it will not be able to take over the country, right? So, and I think this is true for most of Europe. It will simply not happen. Yeah, still using fax, exactly, right? So, okay, so this is what I talked about. We have to make sure, of course, that we preserve the personality rights and the privacy of the people. Another big problem that we have, especially in Europe, is that the big companies, the big US platforms, they currently are the leaders in AI technology, and they own currently basically all the advanced computer chips that you need in order to train the advanced AI models. But I think if we get our act together, then in 2 or 3 years, we will be at the same level as them. But we need to start. And then, of course, and please, this is what we need to talk about, is that AI will help us do this destruction of the planet in the current economic system even more efficiently and effectively than before. So we need to change the overall system and not the technology. So the discussion is about, do we want this? Do we want that? And what I want you to do, or want us to do, is we need to take it into our own hands in Europe. We need to stop standing at the sideline and just looking at what the Americans and the Chinese do. We need to get our act together. We need to decentralize and open source. Interestingly, Facebook is a big proponent of that. They have released their Llama model to the public. And yeah, we need to get it out of the hands of the big centralized platforms. We need to make sure, again, especially in Europe, that our governments don't ruin it again. Well intended, but badly implemented, like for example with the GDPR, because they are either ignorant or they take uninformed decisions. And maybe we can even leapfrog from the analog Germany to a full-on AI Germany. So let's invent the new status quo and please talk about this. Let's get the conversation started. Let's get the action started. And I think we as a tech community need to play a much bigger role than what we did in the past, and not only work on the technology, but also talk about what it means for society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. I really like talks which start with cats and end with changing the world. That's really great. And I also gave Colin the task to raise more questions than to answer questions. And Colin will be with us as a lunch and also later. And speaking about lunch, who knows it? We are doing the most Hamburgish thing that you can do. We have a ship. We have a ship outside just on our own jetty. So you can leave everything here. My wife will stay here and everything will be safe. And we are just leaving to the ship and making a harbor trip with lunch on the ship. Meet you there. table. I hope you liked our small harbor trip and the lunch. Just to be clear, if the lunch was rather small, please don't eat something between the conference and the party, because there will be enough food on the party, I can say. Okay? And now we are returning with lightning talks from New Zealand. And I heard Maxime is still online. You have to say still online, because it's midnight, yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Kurz, weil nichts Schweden sagen kann. Verstehe, oder?
Let me just share my screen. More exclusion here. You see that if my page, should be able to manage dogs now. So I can look at my dog, get the information, clear the log, clear the dog information, and create a new one. So that's pretty cool. But like my beloved bespoke colleagues are still not happy because they want to be able to manage lists of stuff. So that was brief. So let's comment out our any field and let's enable this one here. So this bit, oh, sorry. So now we've got, instead of any field, we've got a many any field, and we're pointing it to as many relation, and that as many relation, as you can see, is a list of links. And if we save that now and go back to our any field, you'll see that we can refresh this. And now we can manage a list of links. So we can, so we've got all sorts of types of links there. So we've got email links, external links. We got link to emergency services and phone numbers. We got links to files. And we can create new links if we want to. So we could create a link to a page, for example, here. So just pick your favorite page, and then boom, we can manage any kind of links there. So that's pretty cool. And if I uncomment that last bit here, you'll see that I can even go in a step further and start reorganizing these links. So I can actually move them around and reorder them and do fanciful things like that. And if I want to, I can even take my link and point it to different relations. And the thing is actually smart enough that like basically it will try to make an educated guess about like what you're trying to manage by just looking at what relations you're managing with it. So if I refresh that again, you should see I should be managing that's instead of managing links. And the features that come in with this out of the box, again, it's pretty cool as well. And if you're trying to manage like really complex data structures, it's not going to work, because basically like if you're like links as like as many relationships and so on, that's going to create problems for you. But as long as it's a simple data object that has like a simple like list of as a couple like simple scalar fields, that should work quite well. And the cool thing is that unlike grid field, this actually works when editing inline elemental blocks in line. So if you look here, we've got a nice little elemental blocks, and we've got our any fields are still there, and you can still do all the things you could do on the regular page, and you can still reorder those there. So that's pretty cool too. So basically, this is a kind of nice little structure you can use whenever you're managing a data object that's tightly coupled to a page or something like that. So if you want to learn more about all my wonderful pet projects and adventures, so you can look at the link field. It's on Silver Stripe account on GitHub. So just go in there, install that. Like I mentioned, it's a proof of concept, and it is somewhere on the roadmap I showed you earlier. So we'll probably be doing some work on this at some stage. If you want to just look at the any field part of this, you can look at my personal GitHub account at maxim-invis /Silver Stripe any field. And you can install this and play with it. The sorting bit is on a PR right now, so it's not on the main repo, but you can play with that in the next not too distant future. And I have another pet project. So basically, the any field is built on another module I use, which is called Silver Stripe React, which allows you to create all sorts of wonderful React abstraction, including React form fields. So basically, if you're interested in learning how to use React to create form fields in CMS, you can look at the any field and look at this library to look at as well. There's backlogs and there's issues on all those things. So I'd say try it out. If there's a lot of cool features I'm looking at for the any field. So if you're interested in having your own ideas about what this could look or could do, just go in there. Let me know what issues you'd like me to focus on, or if just do PRs or report bugs. So basically, this is a proof of concept. So yeah, let me know how you go with it. So that's what I got for you today.
we have still free place for this. And the next talk will be Marco, also from New Zealand. And yeah, so let's go.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
All right. Awesome. Awesome. All right. All right. Good afternoon again. Round of applause for Maxime. I'm Marco, one of the principal developers at Silverstripe New Zealand. And today we're going to talk about serverless. This is another proof of concept coming from our Innovation Week in Silverstripe. So serverless is a cloud computing model that allows developers to write and execute code without worrying about the underlying infrastructure. For Silverstripe community, to get started easily, a starter kit is built using a Silverstripe core components with the intention of running a lighter framework for building our serverless application. The repository link is below. So what is the use case? Number one, explore distributed applications and still wanted to use the Silverstripe framework to build microservices. Explore serverless model architecture. Number three, build simple static sites with PHP. Number four, small API endpoints for mobile apps or IoTs. Maybe later I can do a demo if there's more time. And it's cheap with 1 million requests free per month with the AWS free tier and free hobby plans on Vercel and Fly.io. The screenshot on the right is what it looks like when you run the starter kit locally in your computer. So where to deploy? Any examples? Since our starter kit is very small in nature, it's easier to deploy on popular cloud platforms. Obviously, AWS Lambda with Markdown files in this example as to generate a blog page, a couple of test deployments using Vercel and Fly.io, and our very own Silverstripe Cloud, tested and working on a virtual stack. And future work will be Azure Functions, DigitalOcean, blog posts and tutorials. And my personal goal is to share any serverless implementations with the community. Use Silverstripe all the way. Reach me out on community Slack if you have any question. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Marco. And before we get to the real deep technical stuff with Werner, we take a short break. Sorry, 10 minutes. Welcome back. And next on the stage is Werner, and I'm just wondering what should I say about Werner. I think he doesn't need an introduction. Everyone knows Werner, and I think we wouldn't have a community without Werner. Besides all his voluntary work, and he also helped me with this Stripecon, he's also a freelance developer. And if you have a big Silver Stripe issue or PHP issue, just call Werner. Thomas and I sometimes have the problem that he has too much knowledge and tells us all about his knowledge. But here we want to have your knowledge on the stage. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my talk is about better PHP. So how to keep your code up to date. So that's it. Basically, yeah, who am I? Andy said a lot. I'm Werner. My nickname on Slack is WMK. I'm a freelancer and I'm living in Austria, in the wonderful town of Bad Ischl in the Salzkammergut. Originally, I'm coming from my Lower Bavarian home country, Lower Bavaria in Germany. But yeah, now I'm in Austria. I'm making PHP pretty long and also Silver Stripe now since 2009. And yeah, you can, of course, book me if you have any problems with your Silver Stripe sites. So what's actually the big problem for us, for PHP developers, for Silver Stripe developers? One thing is we get a new version of PHP every year, which is pretty cool because the language evolves. It always becomes more major and more enterprise ready, whatever. So it's not the same PHP like we had years ago. Not even the same PHP like we had 5 or 6 years ago. It got so many new features, many cool features, many useful features, cool and nice techniques. But yeah, somehow we are still stuck with older PHP versions, at least I am, and also Silver Stripe was. So when Silver Stripe 4 came out, we still were stuck to PHP 5.6. And that's, yeah, I didn't like that decision back then. And yeah, so we sometimes have older installations or we maintain modules that should run with older installations. That's sometimes a bit of a problem, or we just don't have time for workshops to know all these cool and new features we could use somehow. And well, okay. Yeah. So what's new in PHP? Where should the way go? There. And well, let's dive into it. And I don't want just to tell you, yeah, this and that is new. I think I made some old style code. And yeah, do you see anything you could write better now or more in a more modern kind of stuff? Any ideas? What do you think? What could we improve from this here? Yeah? Yeah, we could make more typing here, yes. So we could say private static. What could we write? Array could, yeah, we could do here private static array, something like that. Missing clothing? No. Yeah, the config annotation, very good. Yeah, that's also missing here somehow, because we have that's a config variable. That's right. So with this config annotation, tools like PHP Stan or even our IDEs, PHP Storm, knows that this isn't an unused variable. We could skip somewhere. So it's a config for configuration. Yeah. Anything in here that's the return type, of course, yeah, get CMS fields. We can add a return type, which is field list. Any other ideas? Variable. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I didn't use this variable. Yeah, we could add it. Yeah, we could add it to the field list. Then it's not unused anymore. Yeah. Fields, add field to tab, root main. Main? No, not main, node. Okay. So, any other ideas? Yes, we could remove the if here, and then we could use here the null save operator. Yes, we can make it like this. That's cool. So the null save operator here, that's very cool. In the next function, there's also a short syntax for this operator here, which is a bit more readable. I can replace what? Yeah, we could place the literal field directly inside, yeah. I could use create over here instead of new. That's also more silver stripey. Also here is a short syntax. Yeah, we could here remove the if and make this null coalesce assign. I think it's this one. Data user ID is, yeah, and we could remove this here. Yeah. And get it directly in the return statement. Yes. So now I have to redo it for the practical example later on. So not this one. Yeah, that's doesn't matter. Yeah, at the beginning. Okay, yeah. So we have a namespace here. Yes. Here I have a helper class for something for the events. Anything you see here, we could make more modern. Yeah, the constant can also make a string here. Yes, constant string hiking, something like that. Yeah. So also the constants now have a type. Yes, here the return type again. Yeah, what's the return type of this method? Yeah, we could add return type string. Yeah, we can also type the event that we want an event data object here as a type. So event is not a really good class name. So we could say here that we want this type as an input type. Yeah, one could replace the switch with a match, but I don't want to type it right now here. One could change the entire class to an enum, yes. So different stuff. I will undo it, everything more later. Yes. And there are also some other stuffs here. So this is some kind of sorting functions for sorting stuff. Yeah, we don't use PHP sorting so much. We sort in the database already. Yeah. So there's also something pretty cool for that. So yeah, I will undo it again. Yes. So yeah, some stuff changed in PHP. Most of us know in the different types. So with PHP 7, the return types were introduced and typed parameters. With PHP 7.1, they also became nullable. And this type system evolved in the last 5 and 6 years. So now we also have typed properties in the methods. And right now we also have union types and intersection types. So we can even type it more finer. So if we want something that is both a buyable and a digital product, we can say this product returns me a digital buyable product. So this intersection type, that's pretty modern. What else? We have some more syntactic sugars, some cool operators. We saw a lot of them right now. So the null coalesce operator came in PHP 7 that yeah, it returned. It makes, yeah, so we don't have to check for array key exist and then make this value that already exists or default num value. We can just say result should be that key or whatever if it exists, or the default value. I think that's much more readable. And with 7.4, we got the null coalesce assignment operator, which also cleans our code a little bit, makes it more readable. What else? Some sort of Star Trek. Yeah, we had a lot of Star Trek in the morning talk. So what's the Star Trekky thing in PHP built in? It's the spaceship operator. Yes. So for for sorting methods, spaceship operator. So when you want to sort something, you say, does this item become first or last, or is it equal? When it's first, you return -1. When it comes after the others, you return 1. And if it's equal, you return a 0. And yeah, before the red stuff in the code example, it was a bit of code you always had to remember. And with the spaceship operator, you say this first, this last, and it's okay. And the spaceship operator can even sort more parameters at once. So this other example taken from the PHP documentation, if you want to sort a list by last name and then by first name, it's a pretty simple explanation. Is a simple piece of code. You say this last name, first name compared to that last name, first name. So that's the spaceship operator. What else? The null save operator that came with PHP 8. I really like it because, like in the example before, with you get a field out of the CMS fields and you want to add a description or you want to change this field. And if somehow this field gets lost because another extension now removes this field, or the field is renamed or whatever, you suddenly have a pretty ugly runtime error. And with this null save operator, yeah, it's safe. What else do we have? We have new string methods. So like string contains. So before we had to check in string position, in string pos, is it false? We had to actually check against false, not string pos 0. That would be, it starts with the string, but we had to check it against false. And now we just can have this cool method string contains, and we can check if a string is contained in another string. And the other methods, string starts with, string ends with. And those methods are even more efficient and easier to use than the good old string pause. So if anyone is romantic or in love, we also have something for that. We had it before. I didn't want to type it because it's a match. And yeah, the match method, the match construct, it replaces if-else change or switch statements. It's type safe compared to switch. And yeah, it's kind of a lookup table. And yeah, it also makes a more compressed and better readable code without much clutter in it. Arrow functions for the more functional types, pretty somewhat similar to arrow functions in JavaScript. So if you need a small function, you could make it in an arrow function instead of a closure or instead of another function you put somewhere in, like with this array filter, array map, whatever. And we got some new built-in interfaces like stringable or iterable, stuff like this. So when we have a method toString in an object, then we can tell the class, hey, you have this interface, and then the other code knows, okay, this object has the interface stringable and I can work with it. In the latest PHP, we also got named arguments in methods and in functions, parameters. So we can say, until before, it was like the order of the arguments is very important. And maybe your IDE told you the first argument is for this and the second argument is for that, or you knew it, but the code wasn't really readable. And with named arguments, the order isn't important anymore. And you say, hey, this argument called type, use this, and the argument amount, use that value. And it's for more flexible code and for better readability. Maybe when you scan the code in GitHub in the repository, you don't have all these nice features from your IDE. And yeah, so one example would be like with array fill. So you say start index, count, and value. So you know what's all these numbers in, what's that good for? Or when you just want to change the second or the third parameter and the rest should be standard default values, you just say, yeah, make yogurt, style natural, and whatever. And the container and the flavor will still be the default stuff. Yeah, and with constructor property promotion, you can also save pretty much boilerplate code. So you don't have to define the property in your class, and you don't have to set the property. You just say, yeah, in your construct method, that's a public float with this default value, and yeah, it will be there automatically. And PHP 8.1.2, so now we also have attributes that are not used yet in Silverstripe world, but that will replace some kind of attributes that will replace the what's the name for the root? But yeah, annotations. So stuff we had with annotations before are now more baked in by the attributes, and that's more this metadata that can be accessed live by the Reflection API. So that will come for stuff. So we have a lot of new stuff. And in Austria, my colleague says always fauler, ede fauler, which can be translated to English like IT stuff is pretty lazy. And yeah, why are we lazy? We don't want to make all this repetitive, boring work all the time. And that's why we create cool tools to make our life more easier. And we can automate stuff like this. So what do we have in our toolbox? We have the IDE annotator to make all these nice annotations for the IDE when we have parameters in our DB has one variables and so on. PHP code sniffer is the annoying tool that tells me when I don't code like the coding style wants me to code. PHP unit for unit testing. PHP stand for static analysis, for finding bugs before you even run the code. And there's a new tool on the blog that's Rector PHP. Anyone already heard about it or used it yet? Yes? Some people over there. Cool stuff, yeah. Okay. And Rector is actually your friend for updating code. So you can get your code updated automatically and pretty safe. And it's much, much better than search replace in your code. Why? Because Rector tries to understand your code. It uses the so-called abstract syntax tree. So it analyzes your PHP code and it knows when it finds somewhere the string foo and you want to replace it with bar or whatever. So it can check, is foo a class name? Is it a variable name? Is it content inside a string or whatever? And yeah, so you can define the rules, the so-called rectors, what you want to upgrade, in which way. And yeah, you can upgrade language features. You can upgrade stuff in code quality when you want to rework your stuff. You can upgrade, there are special rectors for upgrading PHP unit. They also changed a lot from the old PHP unit we used in Silverstripe 4 now to the newer PHP units that work with PHP 8 and so on. So that's this toolbox. And if you want to make something really special, you can define your own rectors and try to make it work. So installation with Rector is pretty boring. You can install it as a composer development dependency, and it comes all in as a big monolithic bundle, which has the big advantage it doesn't interfere with your code. So it's totally dependency free and it works out of the box. Then you need to create a configuration file, the Rector PHP file, and tell it, where are the directories you want to update the code, what rules should be taken, or what kind of lists do you want. So you don't have to say this rule, that rule, and so on, but there are lists like update to PHP 8.0 or some level set lists. Oops, that was one too fast. Some level set list, then you say, update everything from the past to this PHP version or whatever. So how about Rector in combination with Silverstripe CMS? And yes, there are some rules, especially for Silverstripe. I created a package called Silverstripe Rector, and I started with it with some few rectors and configurations for upgrading Silverstripe. And currently it's work in progress. So far, I have made a rector for adding the table name property to data objects. If they're missing, I forget them all the time, and I want to automate this task. So if the table name is missing, it will be created for you. And I also prefer the create method over new, because then you can use the injector to add stuff for this field or whatever. And yeah, even that can be automated. So if it's an injectable class, then use create. And any other classes, use new, of course. Yeah, PHP stand can also be pretty annoying when you start with it. And yeah, I made a rector or a configuration to change owner to get owner, because with get owner, PHP stand can understand what it will return, and just owner, it's some kind of a magic property for a PHP stand. And I add a configurable rector for adding these config properties. So PHP stand won't complain all the time, hey, that's an unused variable. I don't like that. So that's like this. Yeah. So let's go. Let's try it here. Here I made the rector PHP file. It's basically, yeah, it's configuration in PHP. So we can say the rector config, which path do we want to change? We can set some kind of auto loading. We can either register single rectors if we want, or we can upgrade by a set of rules. So rector itself comes with level set lists that make everything up to something, like up to PHP 8.0. They have some stuff for code quality or some stuff for coding style, like early return, inline variables, or whatever. One could also say, yeah, please skip this directory or this rules. And for Silverstripe, yeah, we can add our rules manually, or I made some Silverstripe set lists and level set lists that are actually pretty empty, but the structure is already here. And some rules can also be configured for your project. So like, yeah, if you want to add something, like here, this add config properties rector I made, you can say, yeah, my class has this and that configs, and I want to add them. And then it's actually basically running, yeah, vendor bin rector, the code. And with the dry run parameter, it won't change your code right now, but it will output what it will change. And with 4 files, and it makes a lot. And what did it change all the time? Everywhere. So here in page and site tree, it added configs and the table name page, even if it's not used, but page is a subclass of data object and doesn't have a table name set. Yeah, it made public const hiking, so it said it's a public constant. It changed the switch to a match. It made the spaceship operator like that. What more here? Here it made an arrow function inline. And here it says, yeah, which rectors got actually used for this. So it tells you what did it change, which vectors got used. For some reason, it made a double config here. Here it made a create statement automatically for the literal field. Here the Elvis operator. Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. How you can automate it with Rector, all the stuff. So, what more? A possible future for Silverstripe Rector if anyone wants to help with it. Of course, I would like to track deprecations in Silverstripe. When it's clear there's a deprecation, use this instead of that, then we can automate it. Then that could be done. I actually read through all the changelogs. The newer changelogs are pretty clear and well structured. The oldest changelogs from Silverstripe 4.1 are a bit more, to guess. But yeah, there's so many stuff changed I never used, and I don't know if it's useful for others. So yeah, that would be cool to have some feedback. What kind of changes can be automated or are really useful? It could also be for module deprecations. I know this bulk manager changed the way it was used some years ago, and now when I update a project, it still annoys me that I have to change it manually, that I have to upgrade it manually. Of course, for Silverstripe code style, we could make some rectors. So I like the newer syntax for sorting or for filtering data lists to have it in an array. I think it's more understandable, and also this could be automated. If we have a sort with 2 parameters, put it in an array and make it there. Of course, yeah, I need help. So how can we make a new rule for this rector configuration for Silverstripe Rector? First would be have an idea what can be changed or what should be changed. Then write a test. With Rector, it's very easy to write a test, like this is the current state, this is the state how it should be. Then you either have to configure it if there is already a Rector rule to use, or you have to write it yourself. Add it to a set, to an update set list, and then you're done. So that's a theoretical background. However, we also heard it this morning, the future is here. It's already here. And I think for stuff like this, the future is automated. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Werner. And you were very fast. You reached your end, yeah. So you have some minutes for questions if you have any questions.
Thanks, Werner. Do you have a recommendation when to actually run this? I mean, do you only run it when updating legacy code bases, or would you say it's good to do this even in a commit hook or before every major deployment? What is your take on that?
Yes. Yeah. At the moment, I run it manually quite often, but of course, it can be in your CI pipeline. And others said, they trust it so much that you can make automated commits with it. So once it's configured well, and you know it doesn't interfere with your code. For bigger upgrades, it's better to not use a big level set list that changes too much at once, but make rector by rector. Then you can review the code and see what it changed. And once your project is in a good state, you can say, use this level set list for latest code. And then when a freelancer like me comes to your code and uses old style in the CI process, it will be made more modern again. And of course, it's good because your code base is better, and your teammates or you will learn new stuff, how it can be coded in a more modern and in a better way.
Thank you. Other question?
Questions, yeah.
I just wanted to add my 2 cents because I think Rector is what's amazing, in the first place. have there been any talks with the folks over at Silverstripe yet to make this a more integral part of the new versions being released? Because I think this is the thing that Silverstripe is missing the most. I think some of us here will remember the pain going from Silverstripe 3 to 4. Luckily, 4 to 5 is a lot less. But if this tool was there and if the rule set was there, that would have been so great. Is there any sort of contact there? Is there any?
I had the first contacts or the first questions to help me, but yeah, not yet a big response.
Okay, I really hope they pick this up because I think this is such a great and productive tool to use. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to that.
Yeah. But also, when you have any stuff you always see in your code upgrades, you can share your knowledge or say, hey, this and that would be great, or configure your own rectors for that. And then hopefully it should be a good tool for the community. Yeah.
Yes, I think Max is still awake and he's hearing you. So we will speak with him. So, but also one of the main topics at this conference is to add more contributions to Silverstripe with our community. Guy will talk about this tomorrow, so maybe we can make a project of it. Thank you, Werner. If there are no more questions, then we... Oh,
On the left.
Jan. Yes, sorry. One more.
Yeah, Silverstripe consists of more than just PHP, of course. So it's also templates, YAML files, and stuff like that. I tried to automate upgrading from 4 to 5 as much as possible for us, but with Rector, you obviously can only do the PHP part. Have you found a way to also look at the other files or file types and do stuff there?
Not myself. Theoretically, you could also upgrade YAML files. And I know for Typo 3, they also made a way to upgrade the templates, but that's a bit over my horizon, not over my knowledge. And I didn't upgrade YAML files yet automatically. But there is either with Rector or with another tool from that ecosystem, you could check in the YAML files, does this class actually exist? You're trying to configure in YAML, so that would be a cool helper.
Okay, thank you very much, Werner, for this in-depth talk. And fitting to this is the next talk. It's we already spoke about versioning and versions of Silverstripe and versions of PHP. And Tim Bird is showing us a way to do this in a more streamlined way, I think.
So, time to replace all this artificial intelligence with some human stupidity. So, hello, welcome everybody. We've had a good day today, obviously. My name, some of you will know me, my name's Tim. I am often found around the community forum and the Slack channels, talking nonsense mostly. I'm UK based, obviously, and I work for a company called Biff Bang Pow, and we are a development agency working probably 95%, if not more, of our stuff is done in Silverstripe, with a few legacy products there. We also maintain a number of open source modules, which some of you may have seen, some of you may have used. It's working at BBP that has led to this today. So really what we've got is a bit of a show and tell. You probably won't learn very much, but it's a bit of a show and tell of a problem that we've had and how we have approached solving that. So the question is, what is the problem? And the answer to that is, for any given website, what version is it running? And not just what version of Silverstripe, but what version of everything. And a couple of years ago, in an Italian restaurant, over a few beers with somebody who's in this room, I don't know where he's gone now, we had a conversation of, wouldn't it be really good if Silverstripe could do this? And that noodled around for a while, and after a few years and a few more beers, we came up with the conclusion that actually we could make it do that. We could make it do what we wanted it to do. And the what version of the site is running comes out of the things we've talked about today. We heard from Silverstripe earlier about their new release patterns, that at any given moment, you could be within a minor version update, or you may have had 2 or 3 security patches that you actually didn't even realize had appeared. So the upgrade frequency coming out of Silverstripe can make it difficult to keep track of what's going on across your site portfolio. Within our business, we have different levels of support contract for different clients. So some clients will get patches and updates every single month. That's what they pay for. That's our job. We make sure everything is bang up to date all the time. Other clients don't have that level of support. So if you've got a client who only gets that level of support 3 months, or only agrees to have that level of support every 3 months, and you've got releases coming out all the time, suddenly everything starts to fly apart fairly quickly. Not only is the frequency of updates a problem, but the variety of packages that we use is a problem. So even on the most basic level, we'll have a website which is just pure CMS, pure Silverstripe, CMS4, CMS5, whatever it may be. The next one that comes along will have Fluent installed. The next one may have Elemental installed. And then there are all the submodules. It may have user forms. It may have all of these different packages. And every single website that we put out of the door has probably got a slightly different configuration, a slightly different feature set. And the biggest problem of all that we always get are the clients themselves, because you don't need me to tell you how difficult clients can be to convince sometimes. You need to spend some money to update your website, or something has happened, and that's why we're talking to you right now, because you need to update your website. So all of these things are what fed into this particular conversation. So we started off with a set of basic module requirements. We wanted something that would display information in the CMS, so that you didn't need to go digging around in some file or in some repository. You just want something that anybody who's got CMS access can look at and see exactly what they want to see. It should be succinct in useful blocks of data. And from a code point of view, we wanted to make it as modular as possible, as simple as we possibly could. And the final result that we wanted to end up with was just a little system status page that appeared in the CMS that would let you go into the CMS and see at a glance everything that you need to know about that website. Now, it comes back to the question, what do we want to know and what can we discover easily? Well, the main things we want to know, as I said before, are the versions of the software that's installed. We also want to know things about the system and possibly about the configuration. And as is so often the case, Silverstripe Core already contains the tools to let us do this. There's a class in there called Version Provider. And every single one of you will have seen the output of version provider, because it is this right here. This CMS version is pulled straight out of the version provider class. And what it does, really, really simply, you probably can't see the code, but it's all in the core. This just reads the composer lock file that's in the project, it passes it, and it spits out a really nice array of all the packages that are installed on that platform. So we didn't need to do very much work at all to get basic functionality. The minimum product that we wanted to do was already available to us. So we set out to modularize this, to actually put it in as a proper Silver Stripe add-on. And we set about that in a couple of ways. We wanted to use a very simple PHP interface so that we knew that any module that was in this reporting system would have a certain feature set. So we could know we could always call on something within that module. And we just have a PHP trait as well to implement a couple of those methods by default. And the beauty of this, again, because in Silver Stripe, there's also the class info class. If you've never seen it, it's in there, which that can tell us straight away, tell me all of the PHP classes that implement this. So it means we've built in instant discovery of all the monitoring modules that we want to put in there. So if there's a third party that wants to come along and add something, it's great. All you've got to do, implement the interface, you can use the trait if you want, and straight away it will get included in our status page. So it makes it very pluggable, very extensible, and that's exactly what we wanted, so that we don't have to keep reissuing code all the way through. As part of the base module, we have this. This is the core package version. So this is what we consider to be the core products that we need to keep an eye on for any given project. And in here, it's just described with a YAML config, and you can put in there whatever you like, what these things are going to be. So we've got framework, CMS, elemental, and the actual client software itself. And all that does, again, it literally just uses the version provider class that we saw earlier on. And in the CMS, that's what you get. You get a very simple, got a pointer, you get a very simple, doesn't work, very simple monitoring client there, elemental, and it shows you all of the versions at a glance of what you've actually got to do. There's a similar one which literally just shows every single package that's installed in Composer. So once again, exactly the same thing. All of this code is in the repository, by the way, if anyone wants to look at it. So all this does is in the result method, pulls out all of the data that version provider gives and just gives us a complete list of every Composer package that's installed on the system. So again, immediately at a glance, you've just got a collapsible list of all the stuff that's there. You can have a look at the site and see what makes it tick. This next one, again, one of the 4 base modules that we've got in the system. This is the Silver Stripe configuration. And as you can probably imagine, it's all fairly straightforward. We get the site name, the environment type, whether it's in live or dev mode, the base URL, as the system thinks it is, and whether default admin credentials have been set in the environment. So again, it's a useful thing because you don't really want that in production, to see that you've got a live site with no admin default credentials in there. So as a checklist for us when we're going live, we can look at this and just make sure that everything, and it doesn't need a developer to look at it, it needs anyone with CMS access to look at this, and they can sign off that actually that part of the system is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And finally, just some fairly straightforward system configuration. And again, the code that produces it is nothing clever. We're not doing anything groundbreaking here. We're pulling out PHP ini variables, things like that. And we can get the PHP version, the IP address on the actual machine itself, memory limit, upload limit, all of those kind of things that you may want to know and that may be helpful when you're debugging a problem or something's not gone right. you can actually just look straight away and go, oh, it's not a memory problem because I've got a gigabyte of memory on my PHP process. There's a little extension on this one as well. This one can show environment variables. So if you wanted to expose any environment variables that you've got set, in this case, I've just as an example got the SMTP username and password. So you can see what Silverstripe believes those are set to. And that will pull them out into a separate box in the bottom of the system configuration. So you just throw the YAML file at it and away it goes. And what you end up with is a really nice screen full of nice information that you can look at all the time. This just appears in the settings screen of a standard CMS installation. So this pops up. These are all just collapsible panels. Again, nothing really clever, but really, really useful, helpful information. The problem is it doesn't solve our problem. Because our problem is it's all well and good having that nice screen to look at, and you log in, you can see what things are set to, but we at any given time may be managing 120, 150 plus websites that we have to actively maintain, we have to actively work on. So that's not all of them, by the way. The next step we decided was to add a centralized dashboard that we could actually use to try and monitor in one place what was happening across our entire portfolio of managed, maintained websites. And that's where the bulk of the work actually ended up. Most of what I've done already is really easy. It's not very clever. So just to annoy the people who love naming things, I've called this a server. This is the monitoring server, and the others are monitoring clients. If you don't like that terminology, I don't care. Right, so I'm just being clear. This is not a problem. So the monitoring server, that's the dashboard. That's the bit that actually will show all of the data from everything. And again, simple set of requirements. We need to get that data from the client machines. We need to report any failures and show any warnings or status reports that we may want to show. So here, again, all of the code's in our GitHub. It's all open sourced, so feel free to play with it. It brought us to the first question of the whole situation. There's two ways we could do this. There's two models we could adopt. One was to have the client machines push their data to the server. So they could periodically say, here you go, here's some information for you. This is what you need to know. Or we could have the central machine going off and polling all the clients and saying, hey, tell me what's up. And it really came down to a couple of simple choices. With the push model, we felt it was more secure. The conversation is initiated by the client machine. It sends its data. That's the end of it. It does have some downsides, though, because with the pull model, we actually end up with simpler deployments. You don't have to set up a new website and then set up a cron job or a cron task. It may be running in Docker. It may be running on Windows. It may be running on Azure. You don't know where it's running. So setting up and managing scheduled tasks on all of those clients could be a problem. It also means we can update the frequency of reporting much more easily. If the server machine has to go and ask the clients, we've only got to change that time in one place. If we say, I want you to do that every 6 hours or every 3 hours or every 2 minutes, we can do that if we want to. Whereas if we suddenly decided we needed to change the reporting frequency on 150 websites, that suddenly becomes a big problem to solve. And also, the other thing that sort of fell out of this is that it allows us to do some basic uptime monitoring. If we poll these clients every 5 minutes, and it's a simple HTTP request, if that client doesn't respond, we know something's wrong. It could be a network problem, could be the site's down, could be a database fault, but we know something's wrong, usually before the client does. And it means that we can replace some of the services that we pay for currently in terms of monitoring and uptime management with our own system that's doing some basic polling. And we can certainly downgrade the monitoring stuff that we have to run. And the point is, this isn't an external system. We haven't got another screen with another account with another system that we've got to manage. So we ended up going down the pull route. That meant we had to go back to the client code again, and we had to put some mechanisms in there to allow the server machine to get that data. So when the client module is installed, it creates custom route on that machine to obtain the data. The data is all supplied in a common format, so it's just a JSON encoded array with the ID of the module, be it the core packages or the all packages module, and then the data that it wants to send. And all the client modules that are there that implement this interface are included by default. So everything has got a common pattern and everything works really nicely. Now, I know some of you are already thinking it because I saw your faces just now. Security obviously is a problem. We don't want to start exposing all this system information about all of our machines just to anybody who cares to find the endpoint. So we looked at security and took the view that if we can make it sufficiently difficult to gain this information, then, which is basically the underlying principle of most security, if you can make it more difficult than the value of what you get as a result, then you've probably got security sorted out. Nothing is secure. So we may have gone a little over the top. We may not have done, depends on your point of view. So the first thing, the client endpoint, so when you create this endpoint, it's got IP limiting on it. So you can say, only allow requests to this endpoint from this IP or this IP range. Now, the way our hosting is configured is that actually all of our instances, our web instances, are connected in a private network. They're in a VPC. So we can actually say nothing from outside that VPC is allowed to access this endpoint. So for a start, we're not exposing it to the wider internet, which is a really important first step. Equally, if you haven't got that set up, obviously you can say, I'm only going to accept traffic from this particular IP address where the server happens to be running. Each client has a unique API key, which is pre-shared with the server. So when a request comes into the client and says, hey, give me all your data, if it isn't accompanied with the API key for that machine, it's ignored. Literally, it just 404s the request as if it doesn't exist. And obviously the server knows what that is, just in case it didn't need saying. Everything happens over HTTPS. Every client has a unique ID assigned to it. Not so much security, but more a bit of validation. So when the server sends a request and the client says, oh, okay, yeah, that's valid, I'll send you some data, it also sends a UID back with it so that the server can go, ah, yeah, that's a valid response from that machine. So there's just a bit of a checksum on the data coming back so that it can't be spoofed, it can't be mucked about with. And most importantly, all the data that's sent from the client to the server is encrypted. And I mean encrypted, not encoded. It's encrypted. We use the Sodium package. Every client has a unique encryption key and a salt, and every request has a nonce as well, so that you can't replay them. It means it becomes incredibly difficult to start cracking this data. There are much, much easier ways to get the PHP version of a server than sitting there trying to break symmetric encryption. So those are the primary ways that we manage the security of the conversation. And again, it was our view that this is sufficient for this use case. If you disagree with that, that's great. Don't use it, because that's what it comes down to. We felt that this was sufficient. At the server end, all the client configuration is also encrypted in the database. So when a client is configured on the server, the actual data for that is encrypted in the MySQL database. So if you lose your database, again, somebody's got to break that encryption in order to find out what your clients are and start querying them, and then break that encryption to be able to find out what Silverstripe version you're running. They could just look in the meta tag. Also, the incoming client data is stored in the database. The last report is stored in the database, and that is just stored in its encrypted format as it comes in, and is only decoded using the unique encryption key at runtime. So it exists in plain text in memory whilst it's being displayed on the screen, and that's it. It's not stored anywhere. So as far as we were concerned, we felt this was a pretty robust way to manage those security concerns. If we've missed something glaring, I will happily hear from you. And the main dashboard, this is what the main dashboard ended up looking like. It's just fairly simple grid field, list of sites, list of the base URLs, the client ID for each one, which I've obviously blurred out, whether they're currently active, the last communication that came from that machine, and then just a simple traffic light system at the end. Green means everything's okay. Red means something has gone wrong with the communication. I can't get hold of this machine. Yellow is just a communication hasn't started yet. I haven't done my first call to this machine. So we've now got an at a glance uptime screen, basically. That's what we were talking about earlier on. And you'll see a couple of these in the list here have got a little warning triangle next to them. And the warnings are where actually the real benefit of this whole system starts to come into play. So in the same way that every piece of client code, so every module within the client software, the core packages, the system configuration, there is an interface for that, and there's a trait, and every single one of those is in the client. There is a corresponding interface on the server and a corresponding reporting module on the server. So if you've got a core packages module on the client, there's a core packages module on the server. And that can be set up to tell you things that you need to know. So again, as I said, we've got a really simple interface here, which has got a couple of important methods, get report and get warnings, and you can implement whatever you want within those. And here are a couple of examples of the configuration for each of the core modules. So this one is the Silverstripe configuration. And this says here, issue a warning if the required environment isn't set to live, or issue a warning if the default admin exists. So when this module runs on the server, it reads the data from the client machine and says, oh, I've got to throw a warning if it's not in live mode. And that's what it does. And then here's the system info. So I'm saying here, I want my minimum PHP version to be set at 8.1, and I want my minimum memory limit to be set at 128 meg. So again, if I deploy a machine and do something wrong on the server config, or it's a server that I don't have control over, I can straight away see, oh, I'm likely to run into image processing problems because I've only got 64 meg of memory. And again, here is the core packages. And core packages are where we tackle the big question of upgrading and keeping track of where all of these pieces of software are. So in here, this is the core packages. And there's a few warnings in here. We've got a warning if dev packages exist in Composer, because that's a bad idea. We don't want dev master packages in our Composer file. And then we've got the minimum versions. So the minimum version of Silverstripe CMS has to be either 5.0 or 4.13. So we support a syntax which lets us span across major releases as well. And the same with framework, and then a requirements module that we want to make sure are always up to the latest code. So when we know Silverstripe has released a patch or a minor version, all we do is we go into the server and we change this requirement here in the config. We run a dev build, and we immediately see every single website that no longer matches the requirements that we've set down. So if there's a patch version or a minor version, we say, we need to fix this. We can look at our list of packages and our list of sites that we're managing and say, right, here are all the sites that need our attention. And when you click into one of those, this is just one I made up, but if you click into one of these, this one here has got a list of warnings present before anything else, and it says the CMS is below the required version, PHP is below the required version, there's dev packages in the code, the default admin credentials are set, the site's in dev mode, everything you could possibly do wrong, we've done wrong on this website. So that's what happens when you actually click in to one of those sites on the list. You get a really simple view of what's happening on that package. And the reason that's so useful to us is that if we have clients who are on a service contract, on a support contract, and we know there's been a patch or we know there's been an update, we can instantly see these guys are top priority. We need to get to those first, because not only are they out of date, but they also have a monthly support contract. Or if somebody's been in and changed something on a site, we can see straight away, oh, they left it in dev mode. So it allows us to get ahead of potential problems, but it also allows us to be much more proactive with dealing with our clients. It also produces, part of the reason for putting it in the CMS, I should just add, is because we didn't want you to have to go through a repository or a CI pipeline or something just to see which websites need upgrading. Because it means that our client support people can log into this, look at the list and say, oh, these guys aren't on a support contract at all, but their site's out of date. So now I've got a reason to call them. Now I've got a sales lead. Now I've got a support lead. And now I've got a conversation I can have with a client, and that inevitably brings in more business, because it's not a cold call. Clients hate being called. But if you're calling them to say, hey, we've got this thing that needs to be updated. There's been this big security risk. You probably heard about it on the news. And we're ahead of that. We're on top of it for you. So not only does it help our technical side, it also helps client relations, and it helps with our overall profile of being on top of the technical issues. To add a client, this one's really just for information. So this is how you add a client, and you give it a name, the base URL, you can activate it or not. And when you first add the client, the server generates all of the security information you're going to need. So here we've got the encryption secret, the salt, the API key, and the UID for this client. It gets shown once when the thing is created. If you don't write it down, you can't get it back. So it's, again, we try to keep it as secure as possible. And the idea is you just copy and paste that into the environment on your client machine, and everything comes to life. So you can install the client software and the endpoint won't work. There's no security risk from just installing the client software. So if all you want is a nice status page on the website, great, you can do that. As soon as you add it to the monitoring server and paste this stuff into the environment, it then starts to become alive. It will be included in the reporting system, and you can see exactly what's what on the main dashboard. As part of the general monitoring server, the general monitoring system, it's got a little bit of reporting. As I said earlier, client connection failures will show up in red, so that you can instantly see, oh, there's a problem with the site. Could be nothing, could be everything. Any errors are logged in the standard Silverstripe logging system. So it just uses the normal logging interfaces. You can review them and see exactly what you want to see. So if there's a client failure, if there's a response that comes in with the wrong ID, gets logged. Everything gets logged that actually something's gone wrong. And we also have got a Slack webhook interface in there as well. Again, all just through the standard PSR logger, so that if you give it a Slack webhook in your server environment, it will post errors about the sites in real time. So as an uptime tool, again, we find this really, really useful. We can see straight away, oh, this site, for some reason, isn't responding to its monitoring requests. And that's mostly it. A few things that I just want to say. We are still, please read this because I don't want to be sued. The code is still in development. We're still working on it. There's a few things that we need to implement. One is the IP limiting. We need to merge that into the actual code because we've got it working in development, but it's not on the repo at the moment. We've also added some rate limiting in using the standard Silverstripe rate limiting models on the client endpoints, just to again stop people trying to spam them if they happen to find the endpoint. And we've also got some configuration options so that on a per client basis, you can set the polling frequency. So if you've got particular clients that you want to use for uptime monitoring, you could set them to a minute. But other clients that you just want to have an eye on, you can set those to every day, every week, whatever it may be. So there's plenty of work still to be done. We would love to see some other people adding modules in. If there's anything useful that you think should be monitored, should appear on the status page, we've tried to make it as open as possible in terms of the structure. We've still got to write the readmes. I've still got to write the readmes. So there's still a bit of work to do. This will obviously all be in the recording, but we've got our website, the client and server software repositories, the Sodium library, if you fancy doing a bit of reading about how that security works and how secure it is, and my GitHub page is at the bottom there as well. And the only thing really left is to say thank you. And that's me, short and sweet. I'll let you get your coffees because it's nearly time for a break.
Hello? Okay. So thank you, Tim, for this very interesting talk. Are there any questions left from you? Yeah?
Hey, thanks for this. One question, have you considered incorporating the output of the composer outdated command in that monitoring reports? Because this way, to see if there are like updates available for certain packages. Is this something you would consider? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure where we'd run it. We probably, the difficulty is obviously every site's got a different composer file. So we'd have to, I guess, run it on the client machines. And it would have to be done on demand because we can't run it. I like the idea of running of upgradable just to see what's there. It's something to think about how we might be able to sort of best achieve that for sure.
Just one question. Does client support Silverstripe 3 maybe?
No, is the short answer. Well, you could probably make it work on Silverstripe 3. There's nothing too clever in there. I'm not sure the scope of things like the class info and the version provider, which obviously the client software relies fairly heavy on. So I don't know is the honest answer. I'm sure it could be, at least some of it could be made to work. The client software isn't clever. It's fairly obvious and fairly straightforward and uses a lot of standard PHP stuff.
At least it's another reason to upgrade. So, James?
You mentioned you've got different clients on different support contracts. How does the system currently allow you to see which support contract they're on? So can it kind of group the ones that are on monthly ones?
It doesn't directly. No, we've deliberately limited the scope of this to making it. What we didn't want to do is bake anything into this that is specific to us. So we do have other systems that do that, and they do link into this, but this doesn't do that. So that was the point. We want this to be an open source project that we would love to see, as part of every site that we build, and hopefully that some other people build and contribute to.
Have you considered websites that run different PHP versions or composer packages? Because from what I've seen, the warnings appear of you define a set version.
Yeah.
And that's for everything. Have you considered multiple websites with different requirements regarding those?
Yeah, I see what you're. So you're saying that a particular website should have a particular version of it. It's not something which we've thought about. No, For certainly for the use case that we saw, it was important that everything was up to date. So we haven't got currently the ability to say this website has a different set of rules to all the others. Certainly, it's certainly worth thinking about. I mean, what happens with things like the core software? You can put in, it quietly fails. So if Elemental's not on a site, it just ignores that line in the config. So for us, that seemed like enough. It may be wrong. It may be proven that actually we do need to have a per site configuration. And if that's the case, then obviously we can revisit that.
Any questions left right now?
Have you considered having this system force like the client to run some kind of job or something?
That was part of our initial thinking as to whether the client should actually do something. But again, what we wanted to try and get away from was having to do, but two things really. One, having to insist on a particular client configuration. So the server must have these things. So the idea of this is that you could put it on any Silver Stripe installation, from shared hosting to a bare metal to a cloud solution, that there's no underlying requirements for what the client must be capable of doing. So that was part of the rationale for not having the clients report in, or not having the clients run specific jobs that needed to do specific tasks. Again, that may change. This is fairly new in terms of early in its development. So if we find there are reasons that the client needs to do some pre-processing or some particular information gathering or whatever it may be, we can go back and look at that. I think for the basic functionality where we are now, there's no reason for that. But the point is that if, let's say there was something, if you say, well, I've got an application where the client needs to do something and report that data in, you can do that. If you've got a particular environment where the client needs to create a sales report or do something, as long as you implement the client interface and make a reporting module for the other end, it will just get picked up and included as part of the system. So we've tried to keep it as vanilla as possible so that it's not being tied to any specific requirement.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay, so we're pretty good in time. Now it's 4 o'clock and we have a 15-minute coffee break. We still have some coffee left and some hot water for tea. So yeah, feel free to grab another cup.
great. I'm a bit tired, but now we go to the last talk for the day, and I think Rick is much more tired than me because he flew here from Spain and had some issues with a flight, but he's awake enough to do his talk, and we're very grateful. Thank you for your talk.
Yes, no worries. I almost died there. That thing started tipping when I stepped on it. Yeah, so I missed my flight this morning, which is a bit shit. Can I swear on stream? I'm sure I can. We're good, right? I missed my flight because it was delayed. Then it was like a huge queue in front of the Lufthansa service center. You get put into a hotel, a very nice hotel, by the way. But I was there at midnight, and I had to leave at 4:30 the next morning, so I didn't really get to enjoy it at all. Shame. Oh, yeah, a collective. Well, it was a single person, but I'll just imagine it was a collective sigh. How are we doing? Oh, the crowd goes wild. No response. That's okay. I guess you're tired. I'm between you and sorry. I'm between you and lunch. You and dinner. Oh my God, I'm tired. Holy shit. All right, let's get into decision making. Obviously, we're in the AI world now, so I figured let's ask our AI overlords to see what they have to say about this. Well, they replied like a true consultant, so nothing surprising there. Let's just assume that for now we're still making our own decisions. Can anyone tell me what this number means? Do you have any idea? Wow. Oh my God, you're so smart. How did you know? What tipped you off? The title of the talk? Yeah, exactly. So, I'm sorry. Someone had to say it, right? No one else wanted to step up. Yeah, so this number, I mean, it's kind of it can't be an accurate number, right? It's kind of like made up, I guess. Well, maybe they thought about it, but 35,000 decisions a day is what they say. That sounds like quite a lot, but these are, I guess, macro decisions and sort of micro decisions. Like the macro decision being you deciding to come to this conference, and the micro decision maybe getting a drink, going to the toilet, or whatever. Now, in this presentation, I want to go a little bit into the sort of psychology of this decision-making process, and I want to give you a few techniques that can help you along the way. Does anyone know what model car this is? And don't say red car. I will literally throw you out the building. Sports car, okay. I didn't get that one before, sorry. Expensive red car, okay. You're useless. Absolutely useless. It's a Corvette, okay? It's a Corvette. I actually don't know why I'm showing you this slide. I'm just kind of hoping to sort of manifest this car onto my driveway. I don't even have a driveway, so there's no point in doing that. But I do like driving cars. I drive cars to work every day. Cars, like I have multiple cars. I drive my car to work every day, even though I do live on cycling distance, which my colleagues can confirm. But I like driving. It's fun to do. Sort of gets my mind off things. I can switch from work mode to home mode, which is nice. Unless you have kids, then it's like work mode, car mode, and then whatever chaos mode that is. I don't have kids, so I'm lucky, I guess. But sometimes I arrive home and I'm like, how the heck did I get here? I don't actually remember driving. Anyone have that feeling before? You don't remember how you got there? Yeah, so there's actually a name for this, and it's called highway hypnosis. It's when you're sort of so in your own fantasy world, you're not actually thinking about what's happening right there, right then. That sounds quite dangerous. I mean, you're driving a car, right? You should be paying attention. But don't worry too much. You're still there's still certain triggers that'll alert you. If someone crosses the road, you're still going to be like, oh, I should probably brake. So don't be too worried. Now, this highway hypnosis can also be found in development. So anyone here ever felt flow state when you're developing? Yeah, you're so focused, you're so into your work. That's when you get into flow state. But for a beginner developer, this is a very different experience. A beginner developer might still be very caught up on like, how do I write this piece of code? How do I, they might be thinking about syntax. They might be thinking about how do I convert this idea, this requirement that this client wrote down into actual machine code that's understandable. Whereas a more experienced developer already knows how to do the translation. They know, oh, I'm just going to use a for loop here because that's what I'm going to use. That's the most optimum way of doing this. I'm going to use a while loop there. I'm going to do it like this, like that, like sus, like sus. That's actually Dutch. Nice. I'm actually tired. This never happens. So obviously that's a very, very big difference. Now, has anyone ever read this book, Thinking Fast and Slow? Okay, I see 2 or 3 people raising their hands. If you read the book, then this will look familiar to you. You know where I'm going, right? So in the book, Daniel Kahneman talks about 2 systems. We have our system 1, which is our intuitive system. It's fast, it's pretty effortless. It's basically our first response to certain things. When you're really good at something, that lives in your system 1. It becomes muscle memory. And your system 2 is your slow, conscious, and effortful system. This is where you actually have to exert mental energy to do something. And what your mind will do throughout the day is system 1, you will mostly operate in system 1. If you operate in system 2 constantly, you're going to be tired. You're going to be absolutely dead like me after a long day at work. But you mostly operate in system 1. And system 1 will give certain suggestions to your brain and be like, hey, I'm going to do this. And then system 2 is going to check those suggestions and be like, all right, that's a good idea. Now, if you imagine coming home from work and you're really tired, and maybe you get into an argument with your spouse, if you're really tired, it might be that your system 2 is not going to sort of interject when system 1 throws up a suggestion being like, hey, oh God, how do I say this nicely without saying anything weird? What do you do to your spouse when you're angry? Middle finger? I don't know. No suggestions from the crowd? No? Okay, good. Let's move on. But system 2 is not going to interject and be like, hey, that's not such a great idea. Let's just realize you're tired and take your spouse's feelings into account as well. And a beginner developer will very much be operating in that system 2. They spend a lot more time there thinking consciously about the things that they're doing. Just like driving a car. When you're driving a car and you've been doing it for so many hours, you know what to do. But when you're a beginner, you'll get into the car and you'll be like, okay, clutch, then let go of the gas slowly, got to put in the first gear. You don't want to stall the car. Then you arrive at your destination, you forget to put it into neutral, you let go of the clutch and you stall the car. That ever happened to anyone? Okay. Okay, good. Some people deny that ever happened. If you deny it, you're a liar. So how can we help this? It's kind of hard to just tell people like, hey, just become more experienced, right? If you're more experienced, it's easier to deal with these things. That's not really a good solution. So what we can do is we can introduce standards. We can help people by making sure there's already a path for them to follow. Let's say you're driving and there are no traffic rules. It sounds like a fun time, right? You're approaching a crossing and then suddenly a car is coming from the right side and you're like, do I give way? Do I take way? I don't actually know what to do. It becomes a very tiresome activity where you have to constantly guess and sort of estimate what people are doing. And that becomes very, very tiresome. So standards actually help developers sort of get rid of those annoying decisions you have to make and create space for the more important decisions. Like, what is this change going to, how is this change going to impact the rest of the code base? And I'm not talking about just like simple standards like, oh, code style and stuff like that. I'm also talking about architectural standards. How do you solve certain problems? What kind of sort of naming conventions do you use? This really helps beginner developers get on their way and not have to worry so much about every little character they type. Let's move on to something more serious. What do these 2 people have in common? Sorry? Walking well. So is Peter Griffin talking? Glasses? Wow, yeah, they do both have glasses. I keep forgetting Peter Griffin has glasses. Like, you can't really tell. It's just his eyes. The only way you can tell is by this little thing and that. Otherwise, I would be convinced it's just eyes. Anyone else? They're both fictional characters. Well, Steve Jobs did exist at some point. I hate to break it to you. Well, what I'm what I'm trying to get at, what I'm trying to get at is that they both wear the same clothes each and every day. And the reason they did it, well, the reason why Steve Jobs did it, I don't know why Peter Griffin did it. I guess the cartoonist is just lazy. But the reason why Steve Jobs did it is to prevent something called decision fatigue. And decision fatigue is when you make so many decisions throughout the day that you sort of just become tired because you end up spending so much time in your system too. Now, I'm not suggesting that everyone here starts wearing the same clothes every day, because I mean, do we have a Steve Jobs in the house here? Anyone that rich and that famous and that? I thought that person was raising his hand, but he was just pointing somewhere. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about. That's okay. Don't worry. So I'm not suggesting you wear the same clothes every day, but what I am suggesting is that you realize that when you're tired, you're not the best decision maker. I want you to realize that when you're tired and your boss asks you a question, or your colleague or your client or whoever it is, it's okay to say, you know what, I'm tired. Let's just sleep on it. Let's sleep on it, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow. That's probably a better way than just diving into be like, all right, I'll give you a reply now, because that decision is probably not the best decision of your life. Speaking of good decisions versus bad decisions, let's go back to our little driving experiment. We have traffic rules again. Don't worry. We're driving. We see a green light, and we decide to continue driving, but someone else hits us from the side. Does that make the decision to continue driving a good decision or a bad decision? Who thinks that was a bad decision? Who thinks that was a good decision? Most people, right? So the quality of the decision is not so much determined by the outcome, but by the information you have at that point, right? When I was in the car, I could see the light was green, which tells me that it should be fine to go. Now, what if the light was red and I decided to go? Was that a good decision or bad decision? Bad. I'm so happy you said that. I don't know how German people drive with lights and stuff. You guys go crazy fast on the highway. But yeah, so that's a bad decision, right? So what if the light was green, but suddenly you get hit by a piano from the sky? Good decision, bad decision? Good decision? Bad decision? Yeah, okay. Could that person have done anything else to make sure that they're better informed making that decision? Not really. It's kind of hard. You don't really expect a piano to fall from the sky, right? It's kind of an odd situation, so no. But what is good to realize that is when you make a decision, make sure you make a decision, and in the context of coding, make sure you code for change. And what I mean by that is use your design patterns. And we already use a very nice one in Silverstripe, one of them being the adapter pattern. And we use it because we're using Fly System, right? Fly System is integrated into Silverstripe, and Fly System allows us to quickly change out adapters for which file system we're going to use. So if we decide to go with some Azure file storage, or if we decide to go with some Google Cloud or just a local file system, we can easily swap these adapters out, which is really nice. That allows us to pivot from, let's say, a decision that turns out to be not the greatest decision. Same goes for hexagonal architecture. Anyone here knows what hexagonal architecture is? I can't even speak. No hands? So, okay, well, I encourage you to look it up. It's not super relevant in the Silverstripe space, but it sort of creates a structure where you isolate your business logic into its own little layer, and basically abstracting away parts of the framework. So that allows you to still change out all the infrastructural things and the framework things without touching the actual business logic of your application. Another perfect example, which is a talk that was given earlier, Vector. Vector is great because it allows you to pivot easily. You don't have to worry about, I have to refactor this entire code base again to go this way, to go that way. You can use Vector to automate a lot of things. making it a very good tool to prepare for change. So let's make this a little bit more concrete. Let's go into some decision-making techniques. Now, full disclosure, I do not use this method every single time. I use it when I feel a bit lost, but I'm not too sure which steps to go through. So, the 7 steps to effective decision-making. First one, identify the decision. Should we refactor this piece of code? Next, gather relevant information. This could be some interesting code metrics, maybe some cyclomatic complexity and other fun little numbers that make no sense to some people. Or it could be what kind of business value does this code add to the company. Identify alternatives. As programmers, we have sort of like a programmer intuition, which is actually really good. This is our system 1, right? Our system 1, we're so trained in doing certain things. Our system 1 will throw up a suggestion, and most of the time it'll be correct. It'll be the best way to go. But I encourage you to identify alternatives. Try to go for that second or third alternative. Maybe you think of a better idea. Then weigh the evidence. Figure out which alternative works best. You choose among the alternatives. You go ahead and take action, so you implement your action. And then 7, which is one that we don't often do. I mean, we do have retrospectives, right? But those are sort of process related. We don't really necessarily go into code retrospectives very often, technical retrospectives. So 7, review your decision and its consequences. And you can learn a lot from doing this. So I encourage you to really look at number 7 here. No more pictures being made. Perfect. Another one, pre-mortem. This is actually from the Daniel Kahneman book, so some people will recognize this. Gary Klein, he's an expert in naturalistic decision making. That means decision making in a normal environment, normal circumstances, etc. And he proposes, before a formal decision is made, imagine we are a year into the future. We implemented the plan as it now exists. The outcome was a disaster. Please take 5 to 10 minutes to write a brief history of that disaster. This really unleashes sort of like a creative destruction in some people. This really works well for some people, and it does not work whatsoever for some other people. But there are some people this works great at, and those are the people who are usually the ones that are very pessimistic about things. They always see problems in certain solutions. People recognize, did anyone have those in their team? Or do you not dare to raise your hand? Okay, that's my team. Who? Never mind. I don't want to know. I think we all recognize that person, right? They always see something wrong or some very unlikely possibility something could go wrong. But these people are extremely valuable. They might be annoying sometimes, but they're extremely valuable because they can really sort of dive into everything that could possibly go wrong. And you can sort of go through these options and be like, all right, so what's the actual probability of this happening? So pre-mortem, very, very fun exercise. It should take half an hour, unless you have people who talk too much, then an hour, 2 hours, whatever. No one laughed there. They all feel, is he talking about me? Decision making within the team. A couple of years ago, I worked on a project for a telecom provider. It was a very big project. We were sort of at the center of this landscape that we were building. And I think like a year, maybe 2 years into the project, the lead developer at the time got sick, and they needed a replacement. I wasn't very experienced at the time. I hadn't been a lead before at that point. But I stepped forward and I took over his role. Wow! Suddenly, I had to make a lot of decisions. That was pretty insane time for me, and it was kind of overwhelming. You don't really know how to deal with all of these things. People coming up to you, be like, "All right, Rick, what are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do now?" And you're like, "I don't know. But what we decided on was creating a decision-making framework, and this really helped lay down a nice foundation that everyone could rely on. Suddenly, we sort of had like guidelines and standards. So our decision-making framework looked a little bit like this. First, decide who is responsible for the final decision, usually the lead. This person is responsible for making sure that a decision is made. They don't have to necessarily make the decision, like they don't have to think of the solution, but they have to make sure they facilitate the team and make sure people
gather enough information, consider the right things, and get to a conclusion that's useful. 2, give them pseudo rights. Frick does that mean? So I don't mean literally pseudo rights on the machine, but so like sudo, if you're familiar with Linux, it's super user do. It's like the highest elevation of privileges. And what I mean by this is give them the right to pseudo merge something. Give them the right that when there's a merge request or a pull request or however you want to name it, and there's a discussion between two developers, because developers like discussions for some reason, that person can pseudo merge something and be like, I understand you guys are arguing about this, but making a decision sometimes it's so much more important than the whole argument, and whether it's A or B, it doesn't really matter. We just need to move on. We need to move on from this sort of analysis paralysis, right? So we give them pseudo rights and make sure everyone agrees, which that would be nice, right? Otherwise it gets into another argument. I mean, make sure everyone agrees that person has pseudo rights. That's what I meant. Third, a decision is easier made with 3 developers than with 2. Like I mentioned before, developers like to argue sometimes. So when there's 2 developers, it might be side A and side B. And that can be very annoying because they might be very stuck in their side. So what we said is, all right, as soon as something goes back and forth once, let's make sure you call on a 3rd developer. So the 3rd developer can hopefully not come up with a side C. It can actually pick side A or side B. And we had a consensus. It was like, all right, this is how we do it. If that developer picks side A, then side A it is. If that developer comes up with a side C, then I guess we need to talk about this in a bigger setting and make this a proper meeting. 4th, as a lead, involve others into the decision to create support. In Dutch, we have a nice word called draagvlak. And then a support, I don't know, it doesn't really have the same sort of impact for me. But what I mean is it's really important to have everyone involved in the process of making that decision. Have them know the things that are considered. Have them have a say in what's going to be decided. Because if you do that, it's going to be a lot easier to implement things because they feel a lot more involved. They actually feel like it's a group effort. We all thought of this. We all came to this conclusion. Now let's all implement this. Helps a lot. And 5, create a shared technical vision and reiterate it often. Steve Jobs always repeated the same message. I'm not an Apple fan, but it sounds like I'm an Apple fan. I'm not an Apple fan. I don't idolize Steve Jobs or anything. But if we talk about leaders, they do have this the tendency to reiterate the same message over and over and over and over and over again. And that has a pretty interesting effect where some people just need it. Some people need to hear this continuously repeated. Now, for a technical vision, this can be very useful as well. If you have a clear goal, if you have this nice dot on the horizon, and people know that when they are here and they need to make a decision, they know they're better off making a decision that goes this way than going that way. And this creates autonomy. That's the word. This creates autonomy within your team. And autonomy is very nice if you want to stay productive. Let's talk about, this quote. This is a quote by a great leader. He said, it's a lead developer's job not to decide, but to facilitate the decision. Be a facilitator. So let's talk about something sexy. Documenting decisions. So everyone likes documenting, right? No, okay. I guess you don't like documenting. No, but documenting decisions is actually really useful. I did it a while ago for a project. I was like, okay, so this is a new project. We're basically greenfield here. I can do whatever I want, sort of. But let's actually document this process. So what I did is I created a decisions.md in my repository. And I just started writing down, okay, this is why I picked GraphQL. This is why I picked Symfony. This is why I did this. This is why I did that. And at the time, I didn't think too much of it. But then a year later, I ran into some issues. And I was like, why the hell did I went for this package? Why did I make this decision? And then I looked at the decision.md and I was like, okay. Because at the time, that's all there was. That's the only package I could use. It's really difficult to sort of go back in time and think like, this is what the ecosystem looked like a year ago. it's almost impossible, right? So documenting these decisions is really, really useful. One way of doing this is by using ADRs, which is Architectural Decision Records. This is just a random template. So basically you have a title, you have a status, and I'll go ahead and crouch. Oh God, is this gonna work? Where's my mouse? There it is. A status, you have context, the decision you're making, and the consequences. Now this is one of the templates you can use. You can go to adr.github. I'll get rid of the mouse, don't worry. Calm down, calm down. I know it's annoying. Nothing worse than seeing the presenter's mouse on the screen. So you can go to adr.github.io, and there's a bunch of different templates there you can use. But I really, really hope that when you walk away from this talk, that this is one of the things you'll take away. Please document your decisions. So let's add them to our decision-making framework. Document your decisions using ADRs. Now, I was just checking the time here. I have until 5. Should I continue or should I stop? Okay. It would have been very awkward if you're like, no, go away, stop. I want food. This is boring, this sucks. Okay. Sorry. A little self-deprecation, can't hurt anyone. So let's talk about chess. Do we have any chess players in the room here? Ooh, there's a few. Nice. Okay, cool. So, for those who don't know chess, in chess you have 3 game phases. You have your opening, where you sort of create a comfortable position for yourself. You move forward some pawns, you develop your pieces a little bit. Nothing too exciting happens there, although it is the most deciding part of the game, but whatever. And then you have your mid game, in which maybe you capture some pieces, you create some attacks, or maybe you increase your defenses. And then you have your end game, where things like checkmate, or if you're not the best chess player, stalemate, come into play. Now in chess, well, in competitive chess, you also have something called a clock. Oh my God, a clock. That sounds familiar. So chess players have to deal with something called time management. Both chess players have a set amount of time to do their moves. And this time management is actually very crucial in chess. Because they have to know when to invest time into making the right decision. You don't want to be left with too much time in the end, because you probably could have used it in the beginning or in the middle of the game, and vice versa. But then how do you know when to invest more time into making a decision? When do you invest more time into thinking which move are you going to do? This is where recognizing critical moments come into play. You have to recognize when the move you're about to do is very, very important to the rest of your position, to the rest of the game. And this is something that we also run into when developing. Of course, we're dealing with deadlines. Is there anyone here who doesn't deal with deadlines? I was going to say, tell me your secret. I want to know. No one raised their hand. Okay, fair enough. We have to deal with time management as well, right? We have to know where do we invest time into thinking out certain structures. Like, you don't want to go waterfall and think about everything. You want to stay agile. When do you invest that time? And the way we know that is by starting to recognize critical moments. But the tricky part is that the critical moment is usually earlier than you expect it to be. For example, in chess, when you do a move and then you lose a piece, you might think, oh, that was the critical moment. But it could be a few moves before that, because a few moves before that, you started getting yourself into a position that ended up losing you that piece. You could have had a better decision. If you have a good position, then there are very, very few bad moves to make. But how do you train this? How do you actually practice? How do you become better at this time management and this recognizing critical moments? How do you think chess players do it, the top athletes in the world? They practice. How do they practice? Sorry? Repeating? Yes. But also, have you noticed that chess players keep track of the moves? Yeah, they keep track of their moves, even though most chess players can play the game again from memory afterwards. But they keep track of their moves, and then they analyze it afterwards. and they sometimes do that with someone with equal skill level, or maybe even their opponent, and they go through the game and they go through each move and they're like, all right, was this an important move? Was this a game-changing move, yes or no? And this really develops their skill to recognize critical moments. Do we do that as developers? Have you ever gone back into your code and be like, huh, how did this get here? When did it start? You know the feeling when you have like a class and then suddenly extra behavior gets added onto it, and then you're like, whoa, that's not supposed to be there. Now it's doing a lot of different weird things. But that could be because you named the class wrong the first time you created it. So what we can do as developers is we can do something called technical retrospectives, which is what I referred to earlier on. You can do retrospectives, but make sure they have a technical point of view. You can do this by simply going through the code and finding sort of complicated pieces of code or something that you're not too happy about or something that creates a lot of bugs, or maybe something that has a high churn rate, which is where the same file is being changed over and over and over and over again, which could indicate that it's just not great code. And doing this activity, it's not so much what comes out of that, it's not so much the answers that you get from it, but it's the activity. It's the fact that you're doing it, is you're training your brain to recognize these critical moments and making sure that next time you'll spot them sooner and you'll be able to tackle them earlier. Another thing you can use is PHP metrics. This sort of allows you to go through all the different complexities, all the different relationships between your classes, and you can do this by also in your Git history going back in time and seeing how the complexity of your code base grows and when does it become complicated and when does something get out of hand. Some things to think about. So, takeaways. First, experience. Training your system 1, more space in your system 2 to think about more complex problems rather than just how do I translate this into machine code or what for a while loop do I use. 2, 7 steps to effective decision making. If you feel lost, you can just resort to this sort of tool, and at least you'll know that you've went through all the correct steps to get to a conclusion. 3, create a decision-making framework within your team. Make sure everyone agrees that this is how we do it, and this creates a lot more continuity. 4, document your decisions using ADRs. It can be very simple. It can be very complex if you want it to be, but just at least make that decision.md in your project today or tomorrow. That's a good start. And 5, analyze previously written code and get better at recognizing those critical moments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick. Very interesting. I read Kahneman, and I also saw a talk about Kahneman, but I never saw a code with Kahneman and code. And it's really good. Everyone is a bit tired because I think conferences are no places for many decisions. You just follow the lead and follow to the ship and go back and let you rush you. So I give you some time, but first I want to thank Rick and all other speakers because it was a really great schedule until now, and that's not something I did, that's something the speakers did. Thank you very much. So the t-shirts are here, and we will give it to you at the exit. Please take the right exit when you leave. And there is my wife standing with the t-shirts. Tell your size, and she will give it to you. And we also have some extra t-shirts from Slovakia, and Nicole will tell you something about them.
Hello, Pally and I from WebMax have got some of our Slovak roots to share with you all as you leave as well. We have t-shirts with the design of Slovakia that has originated from a town very close to our office, and it now represents Slovakia at the Olympic Games and in a lot of merchandise that you can find in the country. So we would love to chat with you all a little bit more about that. If you'd like to hear about it, come say hello near the door as well. And we have some t-shirts to share with you all. So we look forward to having a chat.
And I think we all see us again at 7 p.m. Same location. Please come back to here. And yeah, I hope I had some surprises for you, because besides the talks, I try to surprise you a bit, and maybe I can have some surprises for you tonight.